Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to all of you for today's session. Students, the yesterday session, we completed our internal control and test of control section, and we started substantive tests yesterday. So today we will proceed with the same. We will be working on substantive test today itself. So we talked about yesterday that substantive tests what they are. Substantive tests basically they are the tests to verify financial statement items. Yes, tests to verify. Who applies these tests? Tests applied by auditor. On the financial statement items, that whether these financial statement items, whether these have been recorded as per relevant IFRS or not. So, for example, I am auditor. I am going to audit property, plant and equipment, which is given for example, 200 million in statement of financial position. So I will be applying substantive tests. I will be using my work on these property, plant and equipment that it has been recognized as per IAS 16. It has been first of all recorded, initial recording, initial measurement, initial recognition, and then the later on depreciation calculation, that is as per IAS 16, that is reasonable. if there is any revaluation or of the asset, then that has been done as per IAS 16. So my work will be on this basis to verify this amount is appropriately recorded or not. One aspect I discussed yesterday, the aspect of assertions, that sometimes they ask you to write procedures on the assertions. I have talked about that yesterday. Financial statement assertions. Now, so today our target is, now if they ask you procedures on financial statement assertions, now that is quite straightforward to write. You must know what are the procedures for completeness on your fingertips. For example, I discussed yesterday that for completeness, you can write tracing, disclosure checklist, reconciliation of accounts, and that analytical procedures. You can write these procedures for the completeness. Now, the issue in F8 is that in every exam, substantive tests are being tested. Substantive tests are being tested for around 20 marks. 20 marks. And normally majority of marks are scenario-based procedures. Scenario-based. And you have to write audit procedures on scenario. You have to write audit procedures on a scenario. This is the requirement. This is the requirement. So audit procedures are required to be written on a scenario. Now, next. So, and students are failing to answer it properly. What does your examiner say? As per your examiner, students writes generic procedures, which is not required, 0 mark for it. Student write vague, unclear, such procedures, vague, unclear, incomplete sentences. So again, no mark or maybe 0.5 mark. So student writes crammed procedures. Examiner uses the word student write procedure which has root learned. This is the word used by procedures. This is the word by your examiner. Again, this is no mark for it. When you have been given a scenario, your procedure should be, number one, it should be scenario specific, first of all. Second, it should be sufficiently detailed. Self clarity should be there. About what? And a procedure should be like that, that it should be an action to be done, there should be a source document, source to verify information, and there should be a purpose. And not only this is a minimum guidance. Remember, these two should also be satisfied. So a good substantive test, these three criteria plus these two as well. So that's why I told you yesterday, it is a highly technical area of your syllabus. Highly technical area of your syllabus. Now, so we will be doing a lot of practice on the same. Come to the notes. Just a minute, please. You can see around 18 to 20 marks on average on the procedures. Now, what is happening? What is happening with the substantive tests? What is happening with that? You have 3 questions in the section C. Section C of your exam. Question number 16, it is 30 mark question. Question 17 and question 18, these both are 20 marks. So in this way, this is 70 mark. Section B, sorry, not C. Section B. So what is happening over here is that question number 16, it includes one part on substantive. That is normally from 4 to 6 marks. Sometimes 4 marks, sometimes 5 marks, sometimes 6 marks. And out of these two, again, normally it is happening, it is in question number 18, but it can be tested here. So that is on 15 to 20 marks here on procedures. And this is becoming a routine of examiner. Let us move forward. Let us move forward. So you should expect the paper to be like that. You should have the idea of the paper, how it is going to be tested. Now, substantive tests. I told you yesterday this thing that substantive tests include analytical procedures and test of details as well. Analytical procedures and test of details as well. So analytical procedures are comparisons and you know that normally comparison of information, ratio analysis. These are analytical procedures. Comparison from year to year with the industry average. We talked about it yesterday. Inspection of different documents, invoices, board minutes, correspondence, contracts, you know that, or any other relevant document. Confirmation letter is written, discussion or inquiry of the management, physical observation, or sometime revaluer's report as well. Valuation reports, they are also viewed. Inspection of document. So these are test of details. Now we have done it yesterday. So students, today itself we will be solving the questions from past paper one by one. So this is March June 19, page number 9. Page number 9. Yes, here it is, the question we have with us, page number 9. It is here. Yes. You can see here, this is the question. This is question number 16 of March June 19. You can see question number 16. I have told you a few minutes ago. A part, B part we have done in the last class. C part, it is on describe the substantive procedure the auditor should perform to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence in respect of Frisia Company's year-end accrual for employment tax payable. 4 marks. And you come here. Frisia Company deducts employment tax from its employees' wages and salaries on a monthly basis and pays these to local tax authorities in the following month. In one month they deduct, in the next month they pay. At the year end, the financial statement will contain an accrual for employment tax. Read it. Try to understand what is being said. Please, try to understand it. What is being said? And you see here, in this case, this is quite a, there is not too much specific information available to us. So just see here. Let us solve it. I will just copy it from here. This is the question with us for 4 mark. Yes, this is the question with us for 4 mark. And we have 4 mark means 4 procedures. 4 procedure, 1 mark per procedure. So there will be the answer. Yes, it is March, June 19, question 16C. Yes, here we go. So now, student, what they are saying they have year-end accrual. And our procedure is should be on year-end accrual. Yes. Students, now one by one. So first of all, the first procedure is recalculate the accruals for a sample of employees. Accrual for employment tax. For a sample of employees to confirm the accuracy of the amount recorded by the company. You see here, I said you three things. Action. This is source, accrual, amount recorded. Recalculate the accruals. This is action. Sorry. This is the accuracy of the amount recorded. To confirm the accuracy is objective. This is the target. This is thing to be verified. Yes. So, students, this is how it has to be done. So, recalculate the accrual. Year end. So, you remember requirement. Examiner says, student, do not read the requirement properly. So, our requirement is that we have to verify accrual. So, recalculation we have done. Reperformance of the calculation. Now, year end accrual. We can apply analytical procedure as well. So compare the accrual for employment tax recorded this year with the prior year, and if there is any significant difference, investigate. Now this is analytical procedures. Accrual. This is analytical procedure we have written this year. So you see, again, our focus of the procedure is accrual. We are trying to verify that. Now, student, how this tax is calculated? Accrual for employment income. So, students, now it means that on the payroll it is calculated. So on the payroll it is calculated. On the payroll. It means that. So students, verify the accrual for employment tax recorded at year end. What can be the source document? From payroll record. Source for its accuracy purpose. You see here, action, clear action, source and purpose. So three components, it should be clear. Now, three procedures are done. Now, the next is, students, there might be possible, they may have recorded some accrual, they may not have recorded, it is liability. They may have recorded it at understated amount. It might be possible. So you can write here, You can write here, review any correspondence of the free share company with tax authorities. So correspondence is the source, right? For any additional outstanding tax payments to confirm they have been included in year-end accruals. You see here, this is how it has to, again, correspondence is the source. Now, shouldn't this explanation, I said it should be self-explained. I told you the procedure. It should be self-explained, sufficiently detailed. It should be giving some meaning. Yes, clear meaning it should be giving. Now, I hope it is clear. Next, what else? This is the last procedure. For example, this is what I say to my students, that you have written the procedures, but you know that one procedure you can write, but you have to write is appropriately. It is a free procedure. Verify financial statement disclosures, but it should be the last procedure, not the first. It is free mark. Financial statement disclosure, but you know, if you want to score full mark for it as well, you have to write it carefully. It should be properly explained. Disclosures made for employment tax accruals that they are in line with relevant accounting standards and laws and regulations. Now, this is the problem. You see, there is a problem. What does student do? They write procedure like that. Let me tell you the wrong answers. I have written the correct answers. Wrong answer. Just see here. What they will do? Verify disclosure made. Now, that's it. Verify whether all disclosures have been made. No, correct disclosures have been made. Complete disclosure, this is incomplete. You may get 0.5 mark, but not full. Now, because there is a criteria. What is the criteria? As per. Correct. What do you mean by correct? What do you mean by complete? This is the meaning. If you do, excuse me, if you do not write it, you are not going to secure marks. Remember. Now, next. So, students, remember in exam, never write procedures more than required. Never write. Write 4 mark 4. I have written 5. Even I can write 1, 2 more. But in exam, you have to write only 4. Don't waste your time for writing extra procedures. Now, next. Is it clear so far? Any question, anyone? Is it clear so far? Tell me. Now, next. Second question is question number 18, A, B, and C. You see 3 parts on the same. Let us proceed. It is page number 11. It is page number 11. Come here. Now, this is the scenario specific. Describe the substantive procedures the auditor should perform to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence in relation to the valuation of each company inventory. 6 marks means 6 procedures you have to write. 6. Second, describe substantive procedure the auditor should perform to obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence in relation to each company's R&D. 4 marks. How many? 14. And plus 4 marks in the first question. 18 marks substantive test you can see. So one by one we will solve. So substantive test 6 on the valuation of inventory. Students, just go through it. Be quick, take your time, then I will be solving it. I hope you have gone through it. Now, so student, what they are saying? They are saying here that your firm attended the year-end inventory count for each company and confirmed that controls and processes for recording work in progress and finished goods are acceptable. Work in progress and finished goods are both material to financial statements. Now, both material to the financial statements. So work in progress and finished goods. Okay, now both material. Now the problem is, and the audit team was able to confirm both quantity and stage of completion of work in progress. Now, students, before goods are dispatched, they are inspected by the company's quantity control department. Quality control department. Just prior to the inventory count, it was noted that a batch of product line crocus, which had been produced to meet a customer specific technical requirement, now did not meet that customer's quality and technical standards. This inventory had a production cost of this. Now, sorry, uh, this production cost is this. Yes, 450,000. Upon discussion with the crocus, the name is crocus. Specific, they were say it was for the specific requirement. It is also important thing to consider. Upon discussion with the production supervisor, the finance director believes that inventory can be sold at a discounted price of 990,000. Now, audit substantive tests to be written on for 6 marks. For 6 marks, it is about valuation. They said in the question about the valuation of inventory. It was told in the requirement. It means any other procedure which is not related to valuation of inventory, that will not be entertained by the examiner. So first thing should be clear. And what is valuation? We know that inventory is recorded at lower of cost and NRV as per IAS 2. So it means that procedures on the valuation should focus. We need to apply procedure to verify the cost of inventory, cost of finished goods inventory, cost of work in progress. Then net realizable value procedure should be applied on that. NRV, net realizable value, NRV. Yes, we should apply procedure on that. So there is basically now in this question, we have two portion. One is overall procedures on these both. And the third procedure is that the other aspect is crocus, procedures on crocus. So 6 procedures in total are required. Now, so students, cost of inventory, come here. It is same past paper, March, June 19, question number 18, I think it is. Yes, 18, yes. 18. Audit procedures on valuation of inventory. Now, so the first procedure on the, I said a few minutes ago that lower of cost and NRV. Lower of cost, so costing of inventory, costing. So finished goods, how to verify cost? So students, obtain cost sheet or cost card for a sample of inventory, finished goods and work in progress. Both. And verify raw material costs Yes, raw material costs from where it can be verified, from recent purchase invoices, labor cost, from where it can be verified labor cost. What is the source? Payroll record. Labor costs from payroll record. Payroll record. And verify that overheads charged are of production nature. You see here, you just can see. So sometimes students say, right, that for example, what will be a wrong procedure? So we should know what is the wrong procedure. We should know that. What they write? Verify cost of inventory from the source documents. They write, instead of writing specific things, they write generic from source documents. So examiners say, okay, source document, you cannot specify which is, so it means you don't deserve any mark. Yes. Now, they said that work in progress, degree of completion. Yes, work in progress has a stage of completion. Sorry, here it is. Stage of completion. Because costing, stage of completion. So, discuss the stage of completion calculations done by the management. Discuss with management, but done by them, to assess the reasonableness of assumptions used. Now, students, what does the student do? So, assess the reasonableness of assumption used. So, let me tell you what are the wrong procedure for which you will not get mark. For example, you write procedure in this way. For example, you write here, discuss with management the assumption used for work in progress stage of completion. Now, reason why, what you will discuss about incomplete, reasonableness of, you have to assess purpose you lost. The second wrong procedure is that assess the reasonableness of assumption used for work in progress calculation stage of completion. Now again, how you will assess, how you are going to assess? By discussion with the management. So some sort of source should be there. How? What is the way? You got this point or not? So these, in this way you lose mark. So it should be sufficiently detailed. Is it clear, students? Is it clear? Tell me. Good. Now, so third procedure, since we are calculating, so now NRV, because it is inventory, so you know that there may be slow moving inventory. Yes. Review slow moving inventory. Slow moving inventory report or aged inventory report. You can write aged, both can be used. Inventory report. Yes. And discuss with management whether the adequacy of allowance used for or charged for them. Again, review that. So what will you review after that? Discuss with the management. Adequacy of allowance, because it will directly affect the valuation of inventory. Adequacy. Now, next. NRV. So NRV. So for a sample of goods, review post year end sales invoices to a certain NRV is above cost or not. So you see here, for a sample of goods, review post year end sales invoices to a certain yes. So you see here, this is how it has to be written. Now, I hope it is clear to you people. I hope it. So 4 procedure I have written, but crocus term, we must have to write on that as well. We must have, yes. Now, so crocus, come to the crocus, the other point. In my opinion, 3 procedures should be written on it and 3 on it if you are going to write 6. Because crocus is a specific issue. Specific issue, crocus. Now, student, 450,000 is the cost of crocus. So again, verify the cost of 450,000 for crocus from its cost sheets, and for that raw material, for same thing which we have done over here, raw material costs, yes, here, same. You can write in this way. So cost will be verified. The second is crocus, they say it is for the 90,000 it can be sold. They said yes. Who said that? Finance director believes that. Discuss with the finance director. Discuss with the finance director the reason for their belief that goods have a selling price, not selling, what is the word they have used? Yes, can be sold. Okay, that goods can be sold, that crocus can be sold for 90,000, and assess the reasonableness of his response. Now, if you will not write this, you will lose half mark. After discussion, what you will do? You will assess the reasonableness, validity, reasonableness, or you can use validity. That is also correct. Validity. Now, so students, third, review the post-year end sales to identify whether crocus has been sold. If so, review invoice, sale invoice, for confirmation of NRV. You just can see it, students. Post year end sale review action. What is the purpose? This is the purpose. So you see, sufficiently clear, relevant to the scenario. The last procedure I will write, which is very important. In exam, you don't have to write more than 6. Remember, don't have to write. Now, confirm from accounting record of the company the adjustment for crocus valuation of how much? 360,000. How it is calculated? 450,000 was the cost. They say it can be sold for 90,000. Has been made in the year end value of inventory. Yes, adjustment written down, the written down adjustment, yes, more clarity or not. Students, got some point? Is it clear? Tell me, is it clear so far? Tell me please. Good. Now, so you just can see the how to write scenario specific, sufficiently detailed, action, source. Yes. Adequacy of allowance. Which point, dear? Which point? This one? This is quite generic thing. Let me tell you. You know, slow moving. There is aged inventory report. Slow moving, the inventory which is spending more time in the stock than the normal time, which is not being sold. It might have low demand, so selling price may not be the same now, or it may be it may no longer being demanded by the customer, maybe going to be obsolete. Possibility is an old model of a product. So now inventory should be, you should be reduced. The company generate. Now I'm not going to teach you F2 costing. So you create an allowance for that. That this inventory value should be written down by this. That is allowance for that. Okay, now, good. Now, next, let us proceed further. So the next part of the question is, that is research and development. Now, I will give you time, read it, and two procedures everyone will type in chat box. What I will do, I will review your answers. I will review your answers and I will comment on that. Would you like to try that? Tell me. Would you like to try that? Tell me, please. Okay, only a few persons responded. What about others? If you don't want, I can continue. Yeah, okay, sure. So please try it. Be quick, everyone. Yes, I am receiving wonderful answers to be, that I'm reviewing your answer one by one as well. And I'm enjoying that. Those mistakes which were expected, yes, and which you are going to do in the exam. So I'm going through that. And it is good you are doing mistakes here, before you go for exam. So I will just copy these procedures from here to the Word document and just a minute, please. Let me open a file here. Yes. Yes, it's going to be opened here. So now I'm going to respond, please. Now focus here, everyone. Your mistakes, your issues, it is just like a marking, just like examiner does. It is just like that. Now, one by one, coming from the first one. Verify, verify whether research cost has been expensed out. This is appropriate procedure, but a bit more specific it could have made. Now, let me check what they have mentioned about. Yes, just a minute, please. Okay, so verify the research cost. Yes, research cost, first of all, from relevant invoices and confirm that it has been expensed out. Yes, so you see, it's improvement, it's clarity. Hasn't it improved? So the way you wrote, it was correct, but examiner may not give you one full mark. Okay, that may, so it is now 1 mark, complete procedure. Now, second, obtain the breakdown of 0.8 million and confirm. No mark, 0 mark for it. If examiner is very kind hearted, he may give 0.5 mark for it. Which criteria? No explanation of that. Not in this way, please. Not in this way. I will tell this procedure how it can be written. How? So, for example, you could have written that in this way. For example, you could have written that in this way. For capitalized cost, development cost, by the company, because they say 0.8 million, they are working on it. Okay, right, for capitalized development cost, yes, being spent on new products development, confirm the details of, discuss the details. Yes, confirm its technical feasibility. This is specific criteria. Yes, feasibility by discussion with management. Yes. Or you can write, and if you don't want to write it, from the feasibility report. That is also a source. You see the difference. Yes, development cost of, or you can say, yes, is it clear? Is it clear? You see how it is different. If you write only this capitalization criteria, no mark. You can write another procedure on it. That is about the commercial feasibility. Now, yes, commercial feasibility, what they are selling, just 1 minute. Let me go through the scenario. Yes, commercial feasibility. 3 new products at different stage. Yes. Review the market research report for new products being developed. Yes. And assess its acceptability to the customers in the market. What is it about? Commercial feasibility. You see, commercial feasibility and technical feasibility. Both. You know, IS 38 says that when you can capitalize a development cost of product when it is technically and commercially feasible. There are other criteria as well, but now let us proceed to the next answer. Discuss with the management the reason for selecting straight line method of depreciation. Are you sure? Depreciation, they said. Amortization. This is blunder. Writing depreciation for intangible asset, this is blunder. Please. There is difference between amortization and useful life of 4 years. And assess the exact, it is correct. It is correct. It is complete. Now, recalculate the amortization charge for the year, okay, to confirm the accuracy of the amount included. It is correct. It is correct. Okay, now, next, discuss about the reasonableness. Okay, it's correct again. Assess whether the assumption used to its grain, whether they are reasonable. It is correct again. Again, this is the same problem. IS 38 criteria wrong. I have explained it above. Okay, now here it is. Review the cost that has been capitalized. Again, the same problem. I have already explained. Same problem. Wrong. Verify opening balance. Where is the opening balance? Let me check. Is 1.9 million. Okay, the opening intangible assets. By the way, our answer should be over here. That is research and development cost. The requirement is research and development. Everyone focus here. Another mistake. So we cannot write this procedure. We cannot write. Why? Because the requirement is procedure on research and development. Yes. Now, next. Discuss, so this is wrong, no mark for it. Again, the same problem, I have explained it, again wrong, I have explained it above. Obtained a cost, a schedule of intangible assets, no, wrong. No, our procedures are not for intangible assets. Remember, okay, for the research and development. Whatever the focus, wrong. Wrong. Now, next is, that is, this is quite generic. So much in one procedure. Please don't do such blunder. Write something specific. It is too generic. No mark for it. What? Review, recalculate amortization on what? What is correct? Incomplete. I think you wanted to write that. Recalculate. You wanted to write the amortization charge for a sample of development costs capitalized costs. They say that over here. Intangible assets. Yes. So for a sample of intangible assets, because that is development cost capitalized assets, and verify whether it is that recorded by management is correct in financial statement is correct. You see clarity. What you have written and what I have written. You just can't see the difference. This is vague, unclear. No mark for it. No mark for it. Next. Expenditure capitalized in rise 30. No, I have told it is not to be written in this way. No. No procedure on intangible assets. I don't recommend. I don't recommend. Requirement is on research and development. Okay. Amortization charge, recalculate. For what? For a sample of intangible asset. Now it is correct. Without it, you may, because it is not clear, you consider it is clear. What do you think? You think that it is understood, but clarity should be there. Remember, clarity should be there. It is correct. Now, agree cost incurred to invoices for, okay, it's okay, correct, invoices, right, capitalize as development costs, okay, it's correct. Compare the amount of development cost. No, we cannot say this such comparison. Remember, it might be possible company may not have invested. Develop, what is development? When you need a product, then you spend that money. It is not something routine cost. No, we cannot say. So that's why we cannot compare it. Think logically. Some expenses, they are one-off, or once a few years, after few years. It is not a routine cost which should be the same every year, just like salary. No, it is not like that. So we cannot say that. It is wrong. I have which depreciation? Again, this is wrong. Absolutely wrong. Which policy? Please. When they have stated policy, be specific. Don't generalize it. As per straight line method. Yes. Then when specific thing can be written, why you are generalizing it? Now, next, discuss with management the reasonableness for straight line policy. And that same is appropriate. Okay. Based on the products. Okay, good. Now, review the amortization policy. Review the policy. They have told that policy. What you want to review? No, they have given us policy that it is 4 year. So then what you want to review? It is not something which is not unknown, which is unknown. So discuss with the, yes, and assess their response. It is incomplete. You see, you have mixed two things. Recalculate the amortization charge for a sample of new products recorded in the, this is unclear. What is this procedure? I think you wanted to write like that. Yes. Recalculate. Examiner will not explain it like that. Examiner simply cross and move on. Amortization charge for a sample of new products, newly developed products and capitalized as intangible asset and compare it with the amortization recorded by management to confirm accuracy of the charge. You see the difference? To ensure that, no, how you will ensure? How you, by comparison, how will you ensure? So you just can compare the both procedures. You just can compare the both procedures. Okay, a few remaining. Okay, so I will go through it. Now, research and development. Review a sample of invoices for expenditure incurred for development cost to confirm whether the amount included. I am unable to understand what you want to write. I am unable to understand. Review a sample of invoices. No, how it is checking? This is not the way to check. First of all, product, that which is being, first of all, it meets the capitalization criteria. Then, so this is quite, direction of the procedure is wrong. Direction is wrong, let me tell you. For example, for a sample of capitalized costs, capitalized development costs, verify their accuracy from the relevant invoices. Now this is correct. So this, you see the direction, because not all costs meet the criteria of capitalization. You are starting some wrong way. because there may be number of invoices which may not meet the capitalization criteria. So all should not be, your direction of procedure is wrong. Student, this is for everyone, because the cost which are being incurred on the development of product all may not meet the criteria. So you cannot write for a sample of invoice verify they have been included or not. No, you cannot say that. You cannot say that. This is appropriate. Is it clear? The reason I have explained as well. Is it clear to everyone? Now, next. So, next. Again, this is wrong. I have explained it. IF 38 criteria. It is wrong. No, I have told you that it has not to be written. Because request the current year development expense breakdown. Which comparison? How you will do comparison? How? Why? Reason for doing that? Why you want to do that? Incomplete. So maybe you get 0.5 mark for it. So it is done. Now let me copy some procedures from here. Yes, one, research and development cost. So audit procedures on research and development cost. These are two procedures. Yes, more I will copy. No, this was wrong, I said. Okay. So I will copy this one. This one is better. Three and four. Four procedures. Four were required. I think it was for 4 marks. We can write more. We can write more. Yes, just like, yes, I have written that. Just 1 minute, please. One more procedure was there at the start. Yes, this was a good procedure. Another. Yes. Now, enough. Now, come to the next part. So this part is done in detail. So the next part is, that is sales tax liability. Now, a bit more technical. I know that it is technical, so I will solve it myself. So now, read it first. Please read it first. Be quick. H company is required by law, relevant tax authorities in the country in which operates to charge sale tax at 15% on all products it sells. Thus, this sales tax is payable to the tax authority when raw material and include the expense in the manufacturing process. The company pays 15% sale tax on any items purchased, and this can be reclaimed from the tax authority. The company is required to report the tax charge and incurred by the completing a tax return on a quarterly basis. And net amount owing to the tax authority must be remitted within 4 weeks of the quarter end. The draft statement contain a liability of 1.1 million for sale tax for quarter ended 31st. Yes. Now, students, this is 1.1 million. This they have to pay. Actually, we need to understand. Just see here. What happens? Company purchases goods, and on that it pays 15% tax. It pays. Then it sells goods and charge 15% tax to customers as well. So it is receiving from customer, it has to be paid to authorities. So tax on sales payable, it has to pay to authorities, less tax paid on purchases. So the net, this is what they have to pay every quarter. 15%. It is 15%. The rate is 15%. So scenario should be clear. And they say at the year end 1.1 million liability. This net is 1.1 million at the year end. And of course, the company submit this return as well. The whole prepared return. Now, they submit required. So what they are saying, the company submit required to report the tax charge and incurred in the tax return. So tax return. So just see here, very easy. So I will just copy it from here. It is such an easy question, but students get, that puzzled. They get confused when they see such question in the exam. Now, so the same part of the question. Now just see here. I will be writing procedure on the same. So 4 marks, 4 procedures, audit procedures. So you see, I will be picking data from here and I'll be writing procedure. So 1.1 million. So first of all, verify 1.1 million tax liability recorded in financial sales tax liability. For the clarity purpose, sales tax liability in financial statements from, what is the source? Because they have submitted that tax return as well. This containing the next amount owed. They have to submit it from the tax return submitted to the authorities to confirm its accuracy. Is it clear to everyone? Is that clear? Tell me, please. Okay, good. Now, next. So the next point is, that is, they say they pay 15% on purchases, 15% on sale. So we can verify these both. They said it. They said it in the scenario. The company pays 15% sale tax on any item purchased. One. Okay, right? So the same they have to charge 15% on sales. So we can verify these both. So verify quarterly, because it is quarterly, sales tax charged on sales is 15% of sales recorded in sales day book. Yes or not? So first of all, it is clear. So third, verify sales tax claimed, because they're claiming, on purchases in tax return, in quarterly tax return, is 15% of the purchases recorded in purchase day book or not. Is that clear so far? Now, we said that we said that net liability, it is sales, sorry, tax on sales less tax on purchases. This is the net liability. This is the net liability. So recalculate the net amount payable to tax authorities for this quarter as sales tax charged on sales less sales tax paid on purchases for the quarter, and compare it with the liability recorded by the company. And if there is difference, investigate. So 4 procedures are done. You see, this, if you can draw that, that is very easily. Now, by the way, one procedure, again, I forgot to tell you. What was that procedure? The last one. We can write more procedure here. Review the correspondence between tax authorities and the company to assess any unrecorded liability. To confirm, they should have, we did in the last class, review the correspondence between the H, whatever is the name, company and tax authorities. Review the correspondence between them Yes, to assess any additional liability, related to tax, to confirm it has been included in year-end liability of year-end tax liability of company. Yes. Now, the last one, which I say signature procedure. Free marks. Review whether financial statement disclosures. But remember, writing it properly, that is important. Disclosures. No. You know that we are calculating liability, sale tax liability. We have done that already. You know, whatever you are saying, isn't it? Sale tax. Same we are doing. We are not doing it. Tell me. These two procedures. Yes or no? Yes or no? Tell me. Actually, we are meant to about the tax return, tax liability. Liability. Procedures on sale tax liability. Same we are doing. Yes or no? Still confused? Same we have done. This fourth procedure, it is same, whatever you are saying. This third procedure, sorry. It is same. Purchases and sales. Now, next. So, students, review finance statement disclosures whether all the disclosures regarding sales tax liability have been given as per accounting standards and laws and regulations. Now, so you see, this is free mark. We can write this procedure above over here as a bit small. Small. Now, review financial statement disclosure whether all the disclosure regarding intangible assets have been given as per, now here we can write specific, IS 38. That's it. Now, so it is done. So this question is also done, complete. Now, so students, now I will take a short break of 15 minutes now. So before proceeding to the next question, after break, we will be doing another question. So it is 15 minutes break. See you after 15 minutes. Now, the next question is with us, that is September, December 18. It is page number 33. Yes, page number 33. Yes, here it is. Describe, so two parts are there, 8 marks. You see question number 16 once again. For 8 marks procedures are here. Describe substantive procedure the auditor should perform in relation to the faulty paint products held in inventory at the, you know that they have told that faulty paint products, 3 marks. And the second is describe substantive procedure the auditor should perform to obtain evidence in relation to the revenue. Now, so 3 and 5 marks, faulty paints. Where is the faulty paint story? Here it is. Here is it. Here it is, students. Read it, please. Read this paragraph. So we are working on the same tier. Advice, specific advice, there is no general rule for that. There is no general rule for that. That you will cram something and you apply. No, I have been telling you, I have solved, man, the whole scenario in front of you. You see here. I solved it in front of you. I told you how to write it. You have to be practice, practice, and practice. Remember, there is no shortcut for this. Let us solve it. So what they are saying, so I will just copy it from here. It will help us to solve. So the requirement is, it is past paper is September, December 18. Sorry. Yes. September, December 18, and here is the question. Question 16. Here is the question. Why I write scenario in front of you so that you can understand how I am deriving answer from that. Yes, see here. one product line, a number of these faulty paints have already been sold. An issue was identified. Yes, faulty paint. Further sales stopped. Product recall has been. So remember, students here do some blunders. They start writing procedures on like that sales reduction. So reduce the sales. So you know that we have to stick to the requirement. The requirement is here. Procedures on faulty paint product held in inventory. So requirement, yes, audit procedures on that. So this is actually the thing to be done. Now, let us start it. Let us start solving it. Students, we know that inventory should be recognized at lower of cost NRV. Yes, so cost and NRV. So how to verify cost? How to verify? Obtain the cost details of faulty paints from management and verify it from relevant verify raw material costs, labor costs, and overhead costs. So raw material costs from invoices, labor costs from payroll record, and overhead costs are of production nature or not. Simple is that the first costing procedure. Now, this says sales have been returned and you see here. Now, sale have stopped, product recall has been initiated. Sale return. Sale return. Now, how to verify this sale return? Now, obtain the schedule of sales inventory returned by the customers, schedule of from management. You know that from management you will obtain the schedule and verify the same from goods returned documentation. To confirm the existence of returned inventory. Yes, that has been returned or not. Because if it is in stock, then a valuation exists, then it is related to the valuation. Then it need to be valued. Now, they say that management is considering whether it can be rectified or and subsequently sold. Yes. Discuss with the management about any chances to rectify the inventory and assess the validity of assumptions, validity of plan, their plan, how valid it is. If they say we have to spend certain costs, but it should not be like that, too much cost incurred to rectify. If there is, then you need to scrap it. Then management need not to rectify it then. Then you have to simply scrap it. Now, so by the way, 3 procedures were required, but I will write more. Now, students, review post year end sale of the inventory after any rectification done to identify NRV, to identify that NRV is above the cost or not. You see here how to write case specific. Now, so by the way, 3 were required, we have written 4 over it. Students, I am telling you, this is the trickiest part, in my opinion. Audit procedures, but not impossible. A small hard work, time devotion can make it happen. There is no shortcut, remember, for it. There is no shortcut for it. You are getting this understanding when I am explaining it? Tell me, please. NRV should above the cost, it is better or below? Tell me. It should be above the cost, it should be better or low? Tell me. Yes. What are the normal circumstances? NRV should be above the cost or not? Dear baby Naz, I'm asking you, dear, you have asked a question or what? Actually, from this, I didn't get your point exactly. You have commented NRV above cost or below cost. What does it mean? Please tell me. No, complete silence. Please respond so that I can proceed. You did a comment and became silent. No. No, NRV should not be above cost. For a company, if NRV is below cost, then it is company is facing loss. It doesn't happen in the normal circumstances. It should be above cost to avoid losses. What is NRV? No, I'm not going to teach you accounting standard, please. Okay, so this is common sense. NRV is the net realizable value. They say assets should be recorded at lower of cost and NRV. If NRV is below cost, then the company is facing. So that's what we are trying to verify. Above the cost or not. Next, let us proceed to the next part. So the next part is describe substantive procedure the auditor should perform to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence in relation to the Darjeeling company's revenue. 5 marks. Revenue. Now, student, this is something which is related to the life is easy for you. Any procedure, generic question, any 6 procedures. Yes, any. I'm not going to write this answer. 5 marks, 5 procedures. Any 5. Because there is nothing given in the scenario about it. Okay, yes, you can write procedures on the refund liability and sale reduction as well. 2 procedures can be written over it. But you can write over here generic procedures on the, for example, we have studied vouching, tracing, analytical procedures. Okay, so we have done these on the accuracy. Okay, so you can write any procedure about it now. So I'm not going to solve it. So this is quite easy in my opinion. You should try it yourself at home. Yes, here it comes. Now, the first 2 parts which are related to the substantive tests. It is about going concern. It is about the going concern. So first 2 parts. Describe substantive procedure the auditor should perform to obtain evidence. It is the next question. Yes. 18A and B, you see, 36. Same page we have opened. Page 36. Evidence about trade receivable. Sufficient and appropriate evidence. 5 marks. It is given above, we will see. 5 mark for procedure about bank balances. Come here. Now, trade receivables. It is in front of you. I will read it. And student, tell me one thing. What was that experience when you wrote answer? Was it good experience writing answer by yourself? And I commented on that. Was it good experience? Okay, now, good. So what we will be doing, this first part, they say 5 procedure. I'd say write now. This is quite easy, by the way. This is quite easy, by the way. Although it is scenario, but it is easy scenario. You see here, Jasmine Company's trade receivable ledger is comprised of a large number of customers. In previous, the audit team has been undertaken a positive trade receivable circularization to confirm year-end balances. However, the customer response rate has been historically very low. So alternative procedure have undertaken. A decision has been made that for the current year audit, a circularization will not be performed. The year-end trade receivable balance is this, and allowance for receivable is this. So it means you can write any procedures on it. 5 procedures. Any 5. Any 5 procedures. Yes. So students, I would say, okay, you will write 2 to 3 procedures everyone on it in the chat box. Yes, on the receivables. Any 2 to 3, because it was on the sales as well in the previous question. It was also generic, so it is again generic. So please, 2 to 3 procedures everyone, be quick. Your time starts now. Yes, here we are. So writing the procedures. Just see here. I'm going to identify a problem in it. Discuss with the finance director what you want to discuss. What do you want to discuss? This is target. Okay. You want to assess whether this is, so what do we will discuss? Actually, you see, the whole meaning changed. The problem is that. Now, you see here, let me correct this procedure. You see how the meaning will be changed. Just focus here. Sentence formation, the whole meaning change. Discuss with the management. The assumptions used to estimate, to assess whether the amount, to assess the validity of the assumptions used. So you see, in the both, only some we have rearranged the sentence, but the satisfaction level after reading, the clarity has been changed. Now, this is blunder. This is blunder. Why? This is blunder. Why it is blunder? Just see here. They said circularization will not be performed. They said in the scenario. So that's why read it carefully. This cannot be. No. So this will not be performed. Trace a sample of sale invoices, okay, into sales daybook and, okay, right. Good. All right, now. Next. So the next point is agree, obtain post-year customer, confirm the resistance and accuracy. Exactly correct. Assess reasonableness of the response or validity of the response. Reasonableness of assumptions used. Now, obtain the calculation. Okay, right. Now, calculate average. What is average? Not average. For this year, investigate difference. It is correct. Investigate on any negative why you are going for such exceptions, if any. Stay, I'm sorry to say, stay normals under normal, sir. Why you are going this far when you can write so many other procedures? I'm not saying it is wrong. I'm not saying it is wrong, but why don't you write, why you have all the stock of your procedure finished that you have to write this? Please, exceptions are not appreciated. They are exceptional circumstances, not the normal. No. Discuss with management the reasonableness. So why it is, waste to understand. What does it mean? This part, it is vague. It is vague. No, for a sample of trace them from. No, so you are not doing tracing. This is wrong. Trace them from, okay. Now tracing is you will end it at sales daybook, sales ledger, and receivable account. Tracing, you did it wrongly. You mixed it up. No, please, I request you that focus the requirement. I request you focus the requirement. Procedures on receivables. You have to write audit. They say we are not. It is not the management. It is auditor. Auditor is not going to perform this. Circularization is performed by auditor, not the management. And you cannot write other procedures. So many. I am unable to understand it. Please, this is wrong. Assess the reason given. Assess the validity of. I am bit disappointed. It means that you have not studied before in a good way. I'm sorry to say. So I'm going to give a quick review. Use ratio to compare. Which ratio? Percentage of allowance for trade receivable over balance of trade receivable. Compare with what? Compare with what? Which ratio? With the previous year, with the budgeted, with the industry average. What is it? Missing. Missing. Verify the credit sales. So this is vague. No mark for it. For second. Verify the credit sale recorded in the sale day book. You are doing something. You are doing something in not in the ordinary way. Verify the credit sale recorded in the sale day book. So this is quite, I'm unable to understand what you want to write. So in the sale day book, only credit sale is recorded. Wrong. It is wrong. No. Payment received from credit customers. So this whole procedure is wrong. No, please. This is wrong. I'm sorry. This is wrong. I have to say it what is wrong. Because there is nothing clear about it, what you want to identify. And this is something not something I have read first time. I'm sorry to say. So not appropriate. Hamzah Durrani, I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate. Please, there are so many other procedures which can be written. Very good. It's good. Review a receivable analysis. Let me type procedures. You know that I don't know why you are disappointing me, because you are unable to write straight away procedures. Straight away. For example, calculate trade payable days. Sorry, receivables. Receivables days for the year and compare it with the prior year receivable days. And investigate any significant difference. So see, this is how easy procedure it is. How easy it is. Now, you see here, tracing. I told you tracing and vouching. Trace a sample of GDNs, good dispatch note, from relevant sales invoice, GDNs from sale invoice, sales day book, and receivable ledger, receivable account. Vouch a sample of receivables recorded in receivable ledger. From relevant sales invoice, sorry, first of all, sales day book, sales invoice, and relevant GRN. So three procedures are done. Now, so they say provisions. You have written procedure for it. Discuss with management the reason, the assumptions used for calculation of provisions of how much it is. It is 3.9 million. Sorry, 410,000 data 0 of 410,000 for the year, and assess the validity of their response. Now these are straight away procedures. One more. Review aged receivable analysis of the company for the year, and in the light of that, assess the reasonableness of 4100 recorded as allowance for receivables. Yes. Review correspondence of customers with the company to identify any dispute of balances and or any other irrecoverable balances, any other specific, because there is specific provision as well. You see, these are straight away procedures which you should, at least you should be able to write these. Now, how many marks were there for it? 5 marks. 5 were required. So we have written 6. Still we can write more. Still we can write more. So one student have written the percentage, the ratio comparison, that was also correct. Now, so we can write one more thing. Select, sorry, trace GRNs issued, sorry, GDNs issued for dispatch of goods just before and after the year end through the receivable ledger to ascertain whether they have been included in correct accounting period. Still students, when I give assignment you in the class, what I observe, only 50% of you write procedures. The remaining people are not writing anything. The people who are writing, they are doing good for themselves. Remember, the others directly want to write in front of examiner. It is just like that. You don't want to take any driving test and you just directly start to go to the highway with your car without practicing. What will happen? Accident. Simple. I don't know why you people are shy and you don't want to write over here on receivables. So I have written here now. So you know that then result will not be that which you are expecting. Now, you want, that will not be the result you will be getting. Please. And these are the perks of online class, that I give you a work and I check you here. In a class, when you are attending in a room, I think it is not possible to check that level of assessment. Anyways, now let us proceed further. The next part of the question is, that is, describe substantive procedures the auditor should perform to obtain evidence in relation to bank balance. 5 marks. Bank balance. Here is the bank balance issue. Now, the bank and cash figure included in Jasmine Company's draft financial statement is comprised of a number of bank account balances. Number of account balances. Okay, you see here the first thing. An overdraft of 5.1 million, which is the company's main current account, and 0.2 million to several savings. The finance director has informed that audit manager that all accounts have been reconciled. Another indication, reconciliations. reconciliations. Now, the overdraft has been increased significantly since the prior year. Okay, the director has informed that overdraft facility which the company is due for renewal, and they are confident that it will be renewed now. So students, procedures, any 5 procedures, here you can write confirmation letter. Here you can write confirmation letter. In the previous, they specifically, categorically said you cannot write. Audit procedures on, yes, bank balances. First of all, so first procedure is the same. Write confirmation letter to all banks where Jasmine Company has its accounts with the authority of, remember, with the authority of Jasmine Company, because it is important. Now, so first thing first, write a letter. It is correct. Now, the second point is when you will get response. Okay, now students, of course you get response that. Compare the bank balances as per bank statements of the company. As per bank statements of the company. Yes. With the accounting record, with the bank balance as per accounting record. Bank balance as per accounting record. You see here, let me tell you, I usually say for the bank balance, you have 3-4 things. One, the source to verify. Bank statements, cash book, company record. It is company record. The third is bank reconciliation statements. These are the source documents. Now, on the bank reconciliation, they said in the question to us, they have reconciliation. We can write so many because that is directly affecting the bank balance. So, bank reconciliation. Now, we will write that procedure on that as well. Now, verify bank balance recorded in bank reconciliation. Yes, with the relevant bank statement, whether it is the same. Now, yes, whether it is the same, then is confirmation letter. You can write and bank confirmation letter as well. That's fourth thing. And the second, in the cash book as well, agree balance as per cash book recorded in bank reconciliation from the cash book of the company at the year end. Yes. So you see here, bank reconciliation includes these two things. So we are verifying the same. Yes, the easy procedure. Easy procedures. Yes. For obtain a sample of bank reconciliations from management prepared and cast them for their accuracy. Simple is that. We can write now procedure for unpresented check, uncredited checks. Yes, from the pay-in slips. But I'm not going to write. So there is overdraft as well. So overdraft procedure as well can be written. Now, so students, but 5 procedure have to be written. You see how easy they are. Now, so students, the last procedure I will write here. What was that? Disclosure. Review financial statement disclosures, whether all the disclosures related to bank balances have been recorded as per laws and regulations and accounting standards. Now, you see here, let me tell you, you can write so many procedure further. For example, I will give you a hint. Unpresented checks. You can write procedure on that. Uncredited checks. You can write procedure on overdraft account and any security given for that. You can ask, you can verify. Okay, right? You can verify that. Now, so I think it is enough. 6 I have written, 3 I have given you the hint. That's enough. So students, just remember, I am saying it again. You have 1 month. Still it can be done. But if you start from today, not from tomorrow. Okay, not from tomorrow, please. Now, next. These two are the questions. Number, it is. Let us proceed further. 18. Okay, it was 18. So now, so the next question is, students, that is September, December 18. Yes. Next question is with us. Students, the first thing is that you don't have to be disappointed. If you think that I am not prepared yet, or substantive tests are giving me hard time, but still it can be done. Spend time on notes and do a lot of practice we are doing the way we have to do. So March June 18 question, I think this question we have not to do yet. We will do after the lunch break this question. September 17, come to that. Page number 16. Sorry. Page number 16. Uh, 60, sorry. 60. Five marks. Describe substantive procedures the auditor should perform to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence related to purchases and other expense. Five procedures. Purchases. Anything specific? Anything specific about that? Just a minute. Nothing specific. Five substantive procedures. And again, generic students. Again, generic. In the previous past paper, it was on the sales. And now they have asked for purchases. So I will type its answer as well. Yes, it is the past paper, September, December 17. Yes, September, December 17. Would you like to try? Tell me. Would you like to try audit procedure on purchases? Would you like to try? You know, I don't feel some warmth of the response. I don't feel like that. That's why I say, okay, okay, I will solve myself. I feel like that. So you people are not ready to do, means that they don't want to practice it. Don't know why. This is easiest thing for me is I can keep typing answer. I can tell you, okay, this can be done here. Let me give you idea. Let me give you idea. Purchases and other expenses. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So this is the warmth. Thank you. Thank you, Ishfaq. Okay. So please try it. Yes. So the procedures, how many? Five. Purchases and other expenses. Other expenses. So it is open any five procedures. Any five. So you can type 2 to 3. Please. 2 to 3 procedures, everyone. Be quick. Now everyone should try. Please. Now, so I have received some of the answers now. So I will respond on that from here. So just see here, I have seen some interesting procedures here. Now, verify whether indirect expenses I am unable to understand what is it. Again, this procedure is other way around, you know that. I think you wanted to write that you should have written it, obtain the costs included in purchases. Yeah, obtain the breakup of. It should have been like that. It should not include any. Review it. Review it. That it should not include any indirect excuse me, expenses. Rather, those expenses should be expensed out. You see, the approach is wrong. How I am verifying? How to verify? You are not saying anything about it. You are not saying anything about it. So verification from this breakup source. You have not given any source. Where it is the source? This is wrong procedure. No mark for it. Now, select a sample of purchase order. Cost. Purchase order cost? No. Please, purchase order need not to be costed. Purchase order need not to be costed. Wrong. Agree to purchase GRN? Delivery note? I am unable to understand how this will ensure the purchases. I am unable to understand how it will ensure the purchases. You have not mentioned anything. Purchase order. So where is the purchase ledger, purchase invoice? I am unable to understand. So where you are verifying purchases? By comparing these three things. So it is incomplete, vague. Students, this is quite unfortunate that I keep telling students these things. So remember, you will pass your paper only if you follow all this approach. So I think you wanted to write. Trace a sample of purchase orders to relevant GRN, goods receive note. Yes, delivery note. Delivery note is already there. Okay, delivery note. And through and verify it through purchase day book. to as to ensure it has been recorded correctly. Now you see the difference between the both. These are the reasons behind it. Now, next, obtain the purchase schedule and agree a sample of purchases invoices to schedule to confirm. Very good, very well done. It is correct. It is correct. It is correct. Now, receive and verify. Oh my God, this is not substantive test. This is something test of control. We are trying to verify purchases. Office use or not, please, we are trying to verify purchase amount recorded in financial statements. You have lost your focus completely. Purchase is recorded in financial statement. This is something, student, which is totally out of the way. Please. No, beyond the appropriate, that what we can say paradigm of substantive tests. This is wrong. This is test of control. Now, agree a sample of purchase invoice. Really? What is it? Purchase invoice to the bank statement. Accuracy of what? What you want to verify? I am unable to understand. Purchase invoice, is it eventual purchase invoice is present in the bank statement? Not necessary. This is something vague, unclear. Now, review the purchases to identify any significant changes. How you will identify? How you will identify? Purchases means, what is purchases? Purchase invoice, purchase book. What you want to review about purchases? And what you want to discuss with the management? Crossed. Payable days, it is blunder because we are not doing payables. We are talking about purchases only. We are not talking about payables. You just can see, and I am sure you were not certain about what you were writing before I checked this. It was not clear to you where do you stand. Right now you can assess yourself, your answers. Now, next, compare other expenses as a percentage of sale with the previous year. Exactly, it is correct. It is correct. It is correct. Now, other expenses, because we have to check other expenses as well. They said so. Now, trace a sample of goods received note from the relevant purchase invoices. And okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's correct. This is wrong because you are writing about payables. It is not about purchases. Not about purchases. No, why you want to expect? How it will affect the purchases? How it will affect the purchases? I am unable to understand it. Now, select a sample of purchase requisition and trace the relevant purchase order. So how it will, what you are verifying, dear? Purchases in financial statements. It is correct. Ultimately you are checking something in financial statement, how it is related to quantities. Why you want to check quantities? Why you want to verify description? It is not our job. We have to check amount recorded in financial statement is correct or not. That's it. Now, next. Compare the payable days with the previous year and investigate if there is any difference. Again, payables wrong because it is about purchases. It is about purchases, not payables. Here is a sample of GRN, purchase day book. Okay, it's good. Analyze. No, what you will do? Significant analyze. Analysis means, what is meant by analysis? You should write here, and if there is any significant unusual difference, then investigate. Now, so by this writing this word analyze, you have made it ambiguous. You are not going to get any mark for it. Now, Hamzah Durrani wrong. Accruals and payables are not. You have not to write purchases. Remember, purchases and expenses, not accruals, etc. Now, good. Recorded in payments. Payments have been, because we are not auditing payments. We are auditing purchases. Purchases may be credit. There may be, so you know that this is not right focus. Wrong. A cost of sale to sale ratio, exactly, which is directly related to the purchases. Directly related to the purchases. Wrong. This is about payables. Okay, a bit okay. I can give you some space for it. So many answers still remaining. I want to identify some more blunder. This is test of control, not substantive test. Fictitious purchases. Try to understand, we are trying to verify amount recorded in financial statement, not system. It's okay, good. Exactly, very well done, Ishfaq. Very well done. Very well done. It is correct. This is cutoff test. Very well done. Cost of to sale ratio and verify expenses incurred. So then what else you will do? Revenue expenditure and verify they have been expensed out or not. It is quite a small clarity is required. Your procedure is correct. A bit clarity is required. Obtain the breakup of expenses incurred. Incurred in what is meant by incurred? Expenses recorded in profit and loss. Recorded in profit and loss. Charged to profit and loss. Then it is correct. Otherwise, incurred is making it incurred on what? You are getting me? There may be expenses of the capital nature as well. Clarity. Agree the purchase invoice to GRN and purchase day book to ensure the accuracy of transaction, accuracy of the amount recorded in the purchase day book. Then, so again, you have generalized, writing a good point, only one or two words, it ruins the whole procedure. Yes, so you are generalizing it once again. Trace the purchase order. No, this is inappropriate tracing test. Where is financial statement? Where is purchase ledger? Where is purchase day book? So it is inappropriate. Which details? What you want to verify? Wrong. This is wonderful. You see, same procedure. Same procedure. This was wrong. This is clear. This is clear. Wonderful. How clear it is. Vouch of that. Very well done. For any unusual difference, difference may be there, purchases vary. For any unusual difference, over the year purchases differ. Normally it happens, but this should be the usual difference, not unusual. Now, verify that is no element of no, not invoice. Verify, review. Let me correct it. Review yes. Review is better word. That we are reviewing, checking it. It's good. Accounting period cutoff test. I am unable to understand. Post year end expenses. Post year end should not be recorded in this year. Post, how it is related to this year? Wrong. No, recalculation. Yes. But examiner again say that okay, 0.5 mark you can take. How to verify? No, with difference with what? How you will spot difference? Obtain breakdown. Breakdown from where? Management. So if management is giving us breakdown, so where is the? I think it should be like that. Obtain breakdown. It should be like that. Of expenses, other expenses for the year. For yes, now you see here. It should be like that. It should be like that. What you have written and what is my answer. There is hell of difference. There is no clarity from where you want to identify difference and how you identify difference. And here it is clear. Okay, it's good. It's good. Supplier acquisition form. Wrong. Now, students, you have seen so much problems in your answer. So I will be typing its answer. I will be typing its answer with you people. I will be typing. Yes. Now, so students, let me pick it from here first of all. This is the first procedure, purchases and other expenses. This is the first one. Yes. Second, procedure is here. Yes, this is good. This is good procedure for cutoff purchases. Second procedure, yes. The third is, yes, these two procedures, rather these three procedures. Yes, current year, unusual difference, 5 were required. We have done it. We have done it. That's it. We can write more even. So, yes, select a sample of GRNs issued before year end and after the year end. And after the year end, and trace them through purchase daybook, to ensure that they have been recorded correctly in the relevant accounting period. You see here, relevant accounting period. Cutoff, vouching is done, tracing is done. And yes, we can write another procedure. Compare analytical procedure. Gross profit margin, we can say, or a student wrote cost of sales to sales ratio of current year, because they both are directly related to purchases. Current year with the same ratio of last year, and investigate any significant difference. Audit procedure, substantive tests. I think it's enough on it. Now, Next. Next is 18, this question. Yes, ABC, 18. Page number 62. By the way, this is the easiest question. I'm not going to solve it. I'm not going to solve it because this is the easiest question, A and B part. Steps in a positive circularization. Copy paste from notes. If you have studied any book, any notes, you will find it. Copy paste. Substantive procedure. Receivable assertion. 3 assertions. Valuation and allocation, completeness and rights and obligations. 2 marks for each assertion. 2 marks. Any notes, any book, simply copy paste. I have told you that for completeness, analytical procedure, tracing, disclosure checklist, tracing, and 1, 2, 3, and 4 reconciliation of accounts. So any 2 you have to write. Rights and obligation, confirmation letter, rights and obligation, other than, the requirement is other than confirmation letter. Here you can write procedure on rights and obligation, that is any charge created on receivables, any charge created on receivables, yes, and review any, and you can review the, how you can check, you can check the loan agreement. Let me write this procedure completely for rights and obligation. Review, review loan agreements of company to identify any charge created on receivables. Yes. Now, one thing. Second, discuss with the management. To inquire about any legal title of receivables sold to third party, such as factor, because factoring is also done. Legal title sold. So rights and obligation. Bank confirmation. Review bank confirmation letter to identify any charge created. It's, you can write as well. Bank confirmation letter as well. That is source to verify. Any loan secured of the bank. So rights and obligation is verified. Now, so valuation and allocation, it is very easy. Very easy. Valuation and allocation. For example, you write tracing and reconciliation here. Tracing and reconciliation here of accounts. For this, you can write analytical procedure. You can write procedure about allowances for receivables. So enough, two procedures are enough. A lot of procedures may be there. Now, the next part is C part. Describe substantive procedures. Student, after this part, we will have lunch break. Yes, we will have lunch break after that of 40 minutes. Right? Now, describe substantive procedure the auditor should perform to confirm the redundancy provisions. 5 marks. 5 marks. So, there is information is given. Some here. Here is the information. At the planning meeting, the finance director of dashing company informed that company was closing smaller production site, and as a result, a number of employees would be made redundant. So redundancy provision of 110,000 is included. Yes. Now the question is that, just come here. About the redundancy provisions, it falls under the IS 37 that when it is probable outflow, then it is to record. So when it is probable, first of all, the redundancy plan is formally announced. Yes, during the year. Okay, right? So if it is announced, second, redundancy, now how to calculate the amount? So formally announced, then it is probable now. Second, breakdown of this cost, we will check and review its completeness, recalculate, cast it. Now, students, let me type it. Let me type it. Audit procedures on redundancy. First of all, inquire from the management whether redundancy has been announced before the year end. Redundancy plan has been announced before the year end. Year end? If yes, verify its date from the date of any supporting document. Now you can make it, for example, any notice issued in this regard. So now, if you write procedure in this way, it means you are not going to give any room to examiner that he will cut your marks. Now, students, now how to value redundancy? Contract. It is the best thing. Obtain a sample of contracts of the employees to be made redundant and review that for any redundancy promised payment promised with them. Yes, any redundancy promised with them. Now, because we want to quantify, inquire from the legal advisor of the company about any legal minimum redundancy payable per employee. So we are on redundancy amount. Now, in the light of above information, recalculate redundancy cost to be paid to the employees and compare it with that recorded. How much it is? They told. Recorded 110,000. If there is significant difference, investigate further. Yes, talk to the management, for example. Now, post year end. Post year end. Review. Post year end. Cash payments as redundancy. Redundancy. Yes. And what is the reason? Now, to assess the reasonableness redundancy cost recorded at year end financial statements. The last but not the least, very easy, we know that. Review financial statements disclosures, whether all the disclosures related to provision for redundancies have been given as per IAS 37. It is done. It is done. Now, this question was September, December 17. Yes, it was September, December 17. And question is 18C. Yes. Is it clear, students? Is it clear? Tell me. Okay, now, so that's it. Now we will have 40 minutes lunch break. And after the break, we have to do 2 practice questions on the procedures more. Yes, and then we will go for audit risk. So see you after 40 minutes. Yes, students. Now, I hope you are back after the lunch break. Now, our topic is the next question. Yes, we have next question to be done. Okay, just a minute, please. I don't know why it is opening. Yes, here we are. So the next is March, June 17. March, June 17 is the next question paper. So the first question is 18A, B, and C. Yes. Now, so question number 17, A, B, C, D. So one part, sorry, it has one question. Question number 17. So page number 72. 72 is the yeah, this was to the yes. So is types of procedure part. If describe substantive procedure, the auditor should perform to obtain evidence about completeness of 4 marks. 4 procedure on completeness of that. So I have told you the 4 procedure: tracing. I have told you the analytical procedure, control account reconciliation. Let us write it. Let us write. It is March, June 17, part A. Yes, March, June 17. March, June 17. Question number 17, part A. Yes. Audit procedures on completeness of trade payables and accruals. Now, you see here, accrual, payables and purchases. This difference need to be understood. Now, so students, simple is that Airsoft company purchases its raw material from a large number of suppliers. The company's policy is to close the purchase ledger just after the year end, and the financial controller is responsible for identifying goods which were received pre-year end, but for which no invoice has yet been received. An accrual is calculated for goods received but not yet invoiced, and is included within trade payables. So, students, the risk is a completeness. So, completeness of accruals and payables. So, very easy to write now. So, let us write procedure for that. Yes, trace a sample of GRNs for goods received through sale purchase daybook and payables account. Yes, that is trace a sample of GRNs. So it is tracing done. Compare current year payables days with the last year and investigate any difference, any significant difference. Reconciliation of accounts. Reconcile some of individual payable accounts, with the balance of payable ledger control account. And investigate. Student, this wording, that is very much important. Clarity of your wording, clarity of your write-up, that is very much important, basically. Now, next. Fourth, obtain a sample of supplier statement, because supplier sends statements sometime year end. Yes, supplier statements, and compare balance as per those statements with the payable, relevant payable balances recorded with the company accounts. Reconcile again. And if there is difference, investigate. 4 are done because 4 were required. Yes, 4 are done. I'm having sips of tea as well, you know. So the second is, so this is done, 4 marks. Now come here, describe audit software procedures. Audit software procedures, something different, which can be carried out. Yes, which can be carried out during the audit of. Now, excluding procedure in part A, whatever you have written there, you don't have to type that again. You don't have to write that again. Means something different. Audit software procedures. Yes. Now, so we will be doing it, of course. So audit software procedures, very easy. Very easy. Now, so above we calculated days. So here, audit software procedures. Audit software procedures. Now, just see here. Compare current year payables with the payables of company from last year, or with the expectations or expected payables, expected or budgeted payables, possibility is there. And using audit software, you see, using audit software. Now, and If there is difference, if there is significant, unusual difference, because difference will be there, but it should not be unusual. Investigate. Investigate. Now, second procedure. Use audit software and select a sample of trade payables. You will see how easy it is. Just we have to add, yes, you have to just add audit software. The remaining procedure is the same. And circularize those receivables. Circularize means write confirmation letter to them. Those payables. Yes. Third procedure. 3 we have to write in total. Procedures on payables and accruals. By the way, I have not written any procedure on accrual. Now, just see here. The next is, yes, cast the accruals and payable listing. Yes, for completeness and accuracy by using audit software. You see here, it is very easy. Mark last GRNs issued for goods received and trace them through pre and year end payables, balances of company using audit software. 4 I have written, 3 were required. Is it clear how it is different from the other? Is it clear? Tell me please. Is it clear to everyone? Only one person responded. What about others? Not clear. Okay, tell me, you people note it down as well? People note it down as well when I ask? Okay, good. That's why you are busy. Okay, now. Next part of the question. By the way, in exam, you have to write only 3. So the next part of the question is, that is, describe substantive procedures, simple substantive, on the bank balance. Where is the bank balance? Here. By the way, same procedures which we have done before, I can show you, with small modification on the bank balance. Yes, this we did in the previous question. So these can be written over there as well, once again. So I'm not going to write again. With small modification, that it can be done. So I'm not going to write it again. Same procedures are applicable. Director's remuneration. This is something new. We will solve it. So question is, describe substantive procedure the auditor should perform to confirm the director's remuneration included in the 3 marks. Students, I would like you to write at least 2 procedure, everyone, on it. 2 procedure, everyone, be quick, everyone, please. 2 procedure, type, read it and type about it. Be quick, everyone. Be quick, please. Last 2 minutes. Then I will review your answers. I have received answers. Yes. So before I proceed to the answers, Airsoft Company's board is comprised of 8 directors. Their overall remuneration consists of 2 elements: basic salary paid monthly and annually discretionary bonus, which is paid in a separate payment run on December. All remuneration paid to directors is included in the wages and salaries. Local legislation requires disclosure. Yes, this disclosures. Now very easy to be written. Now bank state for to verify what are the source documents? Bank statements of company. Yes. Contracts of director. Yes. And disclosures. Yes. Tax re tax returns of the company. Now, you must be thinking what I am saying. How it can happen. Just see here. Just see here. Don't try to write the same procedure again and again. Compare current year with the last year. Please find something new. Now you see here. The first thing they said, the salary. So bank statement. So agree the, let me write over there. Let me write it there now. Audit procedures. So audit substantive tests on directors' remunerations. Substantive tests on directors' remuneration. Yes. So the first one is the first thing first. First thing first. Obtain a schedule of remunerations for directors showing a split into basic salary, obtain, but it is not procedure. Cast it for accuracy of calculations. Yes. First thing, obtain that. Obtain that. For from bank statement of the company, compare salary paid to a sample of directors from the payroll record. Payroll record is another thing. Payroll record. Payroll record. To verify same has been recorded. Yes. To bank statement. Now, students, so the next is bonus, discretionary bonus. They said there is some discretionary bonus. Discretionary bonus. So verify bonus payment to director recorded in salaries cost of the company from the directors meeting, whether same has been approved, means correctly recorded or not. The purpose is that directors meeting, whether correctly has been recorded or not. Purpose is that approved. Now review financial statements disclosures, because they say it is legal requirement. What is the requirement? Legal requirement. Local legislation. Total director remuneration. Yes. Yes, see here. I will simply copy here and will make a procedure from it. This is legal requirement. Review financial statement disclosures. Yes. Whether it includes disclosure of as per local laws and regulations or not. One thing which remaining, two procedure, tax return. I will write review tax return, tax submitted on the behalf of director, because salary company deducts that, on the behalf of directors to identify correct amount of salary has been recorded in financial statement for those directors. You know that tax, if tax is too much, salary is small. So got this point? Is it clear? Is it clear, this point? Now, so the next point is that is contracts. Review for a sample of contracts of a direct review review contracts of a sample of directors and verify from bank statements of company whether they are being paid salary mentioned in those contracts. So I have written more, not required by the way. So I was just telling you how to write procedures. Should we proceed further? Now, so I have received from your answer. Now you can analyze So let me copy some of your answers, and I will not be responding all, but I will be responding some of the answer because it will take otherwise too much time. Yes. Yes, just 1 minute, please. I'm copying your answers now. Yes, here we go. Let us start from here, from the end. I don't recommend this, please, because there are specific procedure to be required on the director's remuneration, not anything else. Agree bonus, agree amount of bonus paid to bank statement. From where, which item you are comparing with the bank statement, it is okay, but what you are comparing, with the bank statement, it is not clear. It is not clear. So it is wrong. It is a vague procedure. Now, the next point. No, this is not procedures. Two. What is two? Which disclosures? I have written that as per laws and regulations. So this procedure is vague. It is not clear. Now, I have written the procedure. So tally the list and amount of director remuneration schedule with the director's contract. Very good. Very good. Very well done. Very well done. Recalculate bonuses. No, they say it is discretionary. No, we cannot recalculate. It is discretionary, means board approves that. So we cannot calculate that. This is the problem, that when you have root learning, this depicts root learning, which is sin in case of scenarios. Obtain the board minutes of the last year AGM. Board minutes, last AGM. These two things do not match. I'm sorry. This sentence is wrong. Annual general meeting is shareholders meeting. Board minutes is a board meeting. So the whole thing is wrong. You see. Got my point? These are two different things. Check if the remuneration approved by the board is the same as per payroll. Remuneration approved by the board. How board can approve remuneration? That is individual based remuneration. Every person has their own payroll. It is not some director. We are talking about directors. It is not like that every person will be having same remuneration. It will not be like that. It will not be like that. So this is wrong, conceptually wrong. Now, very good. Now, no, accurate means from contract. I am unable to understand. Accurate means, what is meant by accuracy? Review their contract of employment. It is correct. But to confirm means, I am unable to understand. This is vague. In the contract, it is wrongly written, incorrect written. Means I am unable to understand. Not clear. Where you can verify it is correct. Where you want to verify from, I am unable to understand. So wrong. Unclear. Although I know what you want to write. I know that. Now, next, obtain the board of, next point, come here above. Obtain and review the board minutes to ensure payment of have been initially approved. This is blunder. Again, this is test of control. Please, we are not writing test of control. Approval is test of. What we want to highlight, amounts. Substantive procedures are for amounts in financial statement. Please, this is third, fourth issue. This is conceptually wrong. The way I am responding, I am reacting too much. You can feel. The similar way examiner will react. Okay? Because examiner will get idea that this student does not know the difference between a test of control and substantive test. This student doesn't deserve a pass. Now, just see here. Let me write procedures. Review board minutes to identify amount approved as bonus for directors and verify from payroll whether same has been recorded. Yes. Or you can write verify from bank statement whether same amount has been paid. You see the difference between these two. This is test of control. This is substantive test. This is where we are verifying amount and record. Now, next, obtain the list of directors' remuneration and ask for a sample of director to verify the salary. Student, this difference is clear to everyone. This is substantive test. This is test of control. Here we are verifying what? Approval, whether approved or not. No, please, we have not to verify that. Here we saying what approved, same has been paid or not. We are verifying amount here. Here we are verifying amounts, record. Here we are verifying approval. This difference is clear to everyone. Tell me please. Now, next. Obtain the list of directors' remuneration and ask for a sample of director to verify. Verify. I appreciate whatever you have written. A bit improvement can be done. You see here. Just see here. First of all, inquire from a director about his salary and bonuses and verify from company's payroll record whether same has been recorded there. Now you see here, ask him whether same recorded. Now if we are telling him you get this, he say okay, your procedure. Your procedure is that obtain list and ask him, you got this, you got this, you got this. He say yes, I got that. In this way, problem may not be identified. What is the way? Go to a person, interview him, ask him what are you getting as a salary, what are bonuses you are getting. He will tell me. Then I say, okay, check the record. Something is missing there. So this is more appropriate. You see. Now, the next. Obtain scheduled payments for bonuses for previous year. No, I don't. You know that. I don't recommend this procedure because I'm getting bored. I'm sorry to say after saying it. It is correct. It might be correct, but it is not that level of, when you can write so many other procedures. Now, let me check. Verify amount of bonus paid to back with what you are going to compare with bank statement. Where it is written? Amount of bonus paid. Where it is written? Vague. What you are comparing with the bank statement? Not clear. Wrong. Crossed. Now, trace monthly payment bonus to bank statement. Wrong. Incomplete. Vague. Yes. Agree the monthly payments. Wrong. Incomplete. Not clarity at all. Agree to any board minutes. Again vague. 0 mark for these three. These are not the procedures. Please. What is the source? How to verify? Action, purpose, clarity, sufficient detail, nothing is here. So these lacked all that. Yes. Now, next. Obtain a breakdown for director's remuneration and verify it is in accordance. Means, I think you wanted to write something else. Obtain a breakdown of director's remuneration, disclose. No. Breakdown and laws and regulation, I am unable to understand. They said something else. And I have typed that procedure here. You see here, actually this is the thing to disclose here. This one. So this procedure doesn't have any meaning. Breakdown is as per laws. No, there was no requirement, legal requirement of any breakdown. Yes, there was the requirement of disclosure. So the meaning is changed. Now, what you want to verify? Meaningless. Select a sample of pay slip. Whether have been allocated one, what does it mean? Which amount it is verifying? Its impact on financial statement, link with that, nothing. Yes, you can write slip, salary slip, and compare it with that recorded in the payroll. Whether amount is same mentioned in the pay slip and payroll, then it's correct. But allocated to them, I am unable to understand. What is the purpose? Now, obtain director's employment agreement. Exactly, it is correct. From where you will get breakdown? From the management. You know, the issue is that which document you are comparing with that contract. You're saying contract, this is contract. Confirm the accuracy of amount paid. From where paid? Where you will find the accuracy? What is the source? Not clear. Bank statement, payroll record, not mentioned. You are getting my points or not? Tell me please. You are getting my points, what I'm saying? All of you? Tell me please, is it helping you or not? Or I should switch to the solving the question. I'm just want to ask whether it is helping you or not. Now, next, thank you. Again, this is test of control. Wrong. Wrong. Next. Verify the in payroll record and agree with the amount, which amount same in financial statement. Where in the financial statements? As disclosures in financial statements or payroll cost in financial statements? Means a bit elaborate that. Be clear. Don't generalize it. We have not to verify payment was done that. No. We have to verify amount. Okay? We have not to verify that. Payment was done or not. We are not to verify. We say check amount recorded financial statement. In financial statement, even bonus has not been paid. But it is due. It has to be recorded. Okay? So you are trying to verify whether it was paid or not. Now, next. Obtain a sample of, again this is wrong, verify from debtor's contract of employment, you know, have been paid for, paid through, where you verify payment? Bank statement. Review contract, employment contract, verify salary and check from the bank statement same have been paid. You know, clarity lack, it lacks clarity. Where you verify payment? Where from? Salary slip, bank statement, payroll cost, something. So you checked the contract, but where you verify? Be specific. For a sample of director salaries. No. How we verify accuracy? Only checking the bank statement will be okay? Check bank statement, it is accurate. No, means salary. How you will verify it is accurate? Verified from contract. Verified from the accounting record, payroll cost. So, you know, you have given the bank statement, but not this previous thing. He has given the contract, but not the bank statement. So the both should be compared. Two sources should be matched. You are giving only one source when you are matching things. Remember that. It lacks clarity. I hope it is clear now. Enough. It's enough for this. Now, what I will be doing, I'll proceed further towards the last question. Last question paper. That is March, June 18, I think we missed. I think that is page number 48. By the way, this is the question we have done already. Tell me, have we done this question already? Such question, same? We have done it. Similar question. You see, question got repeated in two past papers. Same question it was, and we have done it already. Employment income. Come to the next part. The next part is page 62. Sorry, 50, 50. Page 50. Yes, here we are. So, give substantive procedures the auditor should perform in relation to research and development expenditure, 5 marks. By the way, it is again similar question we have done already, only amounts have been changed. That was 5-year straight line basis, here it is 3 years. Amount spent, okay, useful lives. Similar question it is. So I'm not going to solve it. Okay, rather you will be writing 2 to 3 procedures on it. Start it now, everyone. Be quick. Start it now. Write in the chat box. Read it and write procedure on it. Be quick, everyone. Yes, I have received response from a few of the students, and I will review their answers. And you know that, yes, here we come for the answers. Here we are. Useful life and assess the reasonable. Useful life, let me check what is it. Useful life for intangible assets. Okay. Okay, useful life for intangible assets. Assets. Yes. And assess the reasonable. Very good. It is correct. So you have written too much. Recalculate on a straight line basis 3 years and compare to the management's calculation. Yes, it's enough. It's correct. For a sample of development capital expenditure, review feasibility reports. You have mixed two things, commercial feasibility and technical feasibility. There are two different things. So two different things you have mixed. Technical feasibility is discussed with the management. Okay, so whether it will be technical feasible or not. Commercial feasibility is taken from the market research report. Okay, commercial feasibility. So you have mixed the both. Now, next, from verify invoice related to 1.9 million capitalized as R&D. Verify invoices. A bit, you know that we can rephrase it. Verify 1.9 million capitalized research development cost, because research cost is not capitalized, remember, development cost. So let me see the answer question. Sorry, they say spent 1.9 million. Okay, they have not said capitalized, they just spent it. Yes, so there is a problem. They didn't say the whole amount they have capitalized. No, so we cannot write this procedure here. Please, you got my point why I'm saying we cannot write it here? Because they say we spent this on research and development. They didn't say it is capitalized. They didn't say it is capitalized. So procedure will be changed here. Obtain the breakup of 1.9 million spent on, because we have not to copy paste procedures, spent on research and development of products and verify costs included in it from relevant invoices. One thing, first of all, invoices, verify. Second procedure we can write over it, that is Review the breakup of costs. Identify research costs. Just 1 minute, please. What they said, this you see on the development of products. Okay, so sorry. So we say we will, yes, discuss the products being developed with the management to assess they are technically feasible, details of products, details of the products. Now you see this will be now third, obtain market research report or feasibility report about products being developed to a certain economic benefits are probable to inflow from these products. So again, this is commercial feasibility. So I will just copy these and shift to the answer sheet as well. So here we are. Once again, research and development. Yes, so these are the procedures. Research and development. Okay, now come here once again. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. I have explained the criteria, how the procedure should be written. We cannot say it meets the capitalization criteria. This procedure is wrong, vague, not clear. This is what the way to check capitalization criteria. This is how it should be written. Now, next. The next is it's good for a sample of okay, good, very good. Now, amortization calculation for the year from the management. Very good, it's correct. Very good, very well done. No, this is wrong. Reasonableness of stage of development. What does it mean? What does it mean? Reasonableness of stage of development. No, this is not correct. This is not correct. For the year, based on 3-year life, a bit more clear. Accounting record, okay, whether the same has been recorded. Ensure completeness of amortization charge. Don't generalize it when you are writing specific procedure. Now, okay, good. Based on 3-year life. 3-year life. So be clear. No, balance included in financial statement. No, which balance? Which balances? Which balances? Not clear. Which balances? I have explained it, by the way, how it should be written. Now, for development cost, verify the cost. You know how casually written procedure it is. How casually written. It's, please don't write procedure in this way. Okay, I have told this procedure how it should be written. Obtain breakdown of development expenditure 1.9 million. Mention that, man. Nothing will happen to you. Okay, and agree their respective to ensure accuracy. Very good. Now, how to verify? I have explained. How to verify? How to ascertain? How to ascertain? I have explained two procedures. Wrong. Now, it is time. So, students, we are doing extensive, you see, drilling is going on. So, and you must be enjoying that as well. Now, management believes that amortization policy is a reasonable approximation of useful life. Okay, now, so students, three procedures I have written here. One, second is here, and the third is here. Now, research and development cost, and the fourth one is economic benefits. The next is, yes, discuss with management the reason for using 3-year useful life, sorry, reason for using 3-year useful life for, you know, that useful life for intangibles, assets, and assess the reasonableness of their response. Reasonableness of their response. Now, just 1 minute, please. So how many marks? 5 marks are there. Okay. So 4 done. Fifth, we can also do that. We can also do the fifth procedure on it. That is, okay, recalculate amortization charge, right? Recalculate amortization charge on a sample of intangible assets using 3-year life and compare it with recorded amortization by company. Yes, if difference is significant, if difference is there, investigate. Now, just 1 minute, student, please. Just 1 minute, please. Now, next. So we can write the last procedure, signature procedure, disclosures as well. So it's okay, by the way, we need not to write that. Without that, it is complete. We can write that as well. Now the next is depreciation. So describe substantive procedure the auditor should perform to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence in relation to the matter identified regarding depreciation. Yes. So regarding depreciation, the procedures on the depreciation we have to write. So let us proceed further about it, and I will be solving it for you people. So they say, here is it. Here it is. Yes. Here it is. Now, this is basically March, June 18. Yes. March, June 18. Paper. Question number it is 18. Question number 18. So here is the information. They have a large portfolio of property, plant, and equipment. The company carried out a full review of all of its property, plant, equipment and updated the useful lives, residual value, depreciation rate, and method for many categories of assets. Yes. The finance director felt that changes were necessary. They changed that. This resulted in the depreciation charge of some asset changed significantly for the year. Now, so students, now how to that verify these things? We have to write procedures for depreciation. Now, and discuss the reason for change in useful lives of assets and residual values and depreciation method with the management, reason for change, and assess the validity of their response. Validity of their response. Yes, assess the validity of their response. Now, students, they say we are changing the useful lives. We are changing the depreciation methods. So, that compare the revised useful lives depreciation methods being used by the company with the industry average, industry similar data, similar information. Similar information. Yes. And if there is difference, inquire the reason from management. Yes, two procedures done. A bit more technical it is, I can understand, because it is more specific. More specific. Now, let me tell you, so, easy procedure. For a sample of property, plant, equipment, recalculate depreciation charge. Recalculate depreciation charge based on new rates, new depreciation rates and useful lives, and compare that with recorded amount by management. Yes, for its accuracy. Yes, for checking its accuracy. Yes, the third procedure is done. Now, so then they say revised lives. If life is changed, it means that either they are lasting longer or lasting, for example, an asset initial life we assumed 5 year, 5 year, sorry, yes, 5 year. Initial life was 5 year. We assumed that, we record it. Now we are going to revise it to 10 year or 3 year. No, revise mean this. We are going to change it. So when we change it, it is basically there must be some proof of previous history, previous information now. So students, we have to verify from the non-current asset register and company's record the proceeds received from the disposal of assets, because assets are being disposed of. Disposal of assets will give us idea whether the life chosen, the change in life is appropriate or not. It will give us an idea, right? Now, so students, review the profit or loss on disposals of recently sold non-current assets. Non-current assets, yes, recorded in disposal accounts by the company, yes, to assess the reasonableness of change in life and depreciation method. You know that if there was too much profit on disposal and they are being disposed, or there was loss, too much loss, it means your depreciation method were not accurate. If there was loss, it means it had too much carrying value in the books. Depreciation rate should be improved, increased. You know that. How loss is calculated? Carrying value less proceeds. If carrying value is too high, this is too low, loss. It means carrying value should have been low. So depreciation method should be increased. And vice versa in other case. You got this point? Is it clear? Tell me. You got this point? Tell me, please. Only 3% responded. Out of 26, only 3% responded. Oh my God. You people either are tired or you are not understanding anything. Yes, tell me. What happened, guys? Have high spirits. I am speaking since morning. You are silent. You are just listening to me. Okay, now. Next. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, where it has gone? Question. Yes, here we are. Five points we have to write. 5 points we have to write. Now, so the last point we can write about, you know that disclosures, simple. Disclosures, whether all the disclosures. Review financial statements disclosures. Whether all the disclosures related to change in depreciation, useful lives have been given in line with IAS 16. Yes. Here it is. Now, so it is done. It is done. So then the last one is about bonus. The last part is about bonus. And I'm not going to solve that. I will be just discussing with you people. The company's board is comprised of 7 directors. They are entitled to bonus based on net assets, including excluding tangible assets. The details of bonus entitlement are in the contract. The bonus which relate to the 8th year end was paid to director in February and the costs were accrued. Separate disclosure is required. So disclosure 1 procedure. Review the contract criteria. Okay, right? Now, so they say it was paid during the year, half yearly. It was recorded. So cast the schedule of that bonus recorded and compared with the bank statement. You see here. So the paid, it was through bank statement, compare it with the cost recorded, wages and salaries, compare with that. Okay, right? So the second is, now compare it from the wage cost. Wage cost, same bonus has been recorded over there or not? Payroll record, wage cost and payroll record. You should know the source documents. Now, confirm the amount recorded in the cash book for bonuses is the same which is paid through the bank statement. Now, so students, disclosures, last procedure, disclosures, you can write. So students, contract I have not mentioned. So contract, check bonus is paid, whether they are in line with the contract, in line with that or not. So you can write procedure yourself. Now students, we will have 15 minutes break. And after break, we are going to start next area, that is audit risk planning. Okay, students? So we are going to start that. So refresh yourself, be back, and we are going to start that. Thank you. Yes, students. Now, so the topic is audit risk. Uh, in the audit cycle, it comes first. Audit risk. Yes. So, what is audit risk? Come here. We know that the job of the auditor is to report on financial statements. This is the job of the auditor. This is what auditor has to do. That financial statement have been prepared properly or not. The risk is that auditor report may turn out to be inappropriate. That is called audit risk. Means auditor is saying that company's financial statements are giving true and fair view of the company affairs, but actually they are not giving that. This is called audit risk. This is called audit risk. Now, so students, when we say audit risk, so auditor wants to reduce this risk. To reduce that. This reduce audit risk to an appropriate low level. Auditor wants to reduce that. Means he wants that the opinion I give that should be appropriate. So audit risk, what are the components so which are causing this risk? Those components needs to be controlled so that overall risk is reduced. So the first one is risk of material misstatement in financial statements. You know that risk of material misstatement in financial. The higher the misstatements in financial statements, higher will be the audit risk. Now, misstatements in financial statements, who includes that? What is their source? Management. It is because of misstatements in financial statements, they arise because of the management's job, management's work. Yes. Now, so students, so material misstatement in financial statements because of two reasons. One is called inherent risk. The other is called control risk. Inherent risk is basically risk of material misstatements in financial statements due to nature of item to be recorded in financial statements. What is the meaning of nature? If the item is complex, nature means if item is complex, judgment is involved, if detailed criteria is there, so more likely that it may be misstated. Similarly, cash is inherently high risk by nature, can be stolen easily. For example, directors are given bonus based on profits. Now there is inherent risk. The director may, nature is like that. Director may manipulate profits to secure their bonus. Because you have attached bonus, you have done such thing, which is by nature risky. Criteria of the bonus, which is in the control of directors. Control risk. Risk of material misstatements. Risk of same due to weak controls in the organization. When organization doesn't have appropriate controls system, it doesn't have. For example, it inappropriate passwords, inappropriate logins. You know that access to store can be made. So then there is chances that misstatement will arise. So control risk is there. So then these two we have seen, these are because of the management. Auditor cannot change it. Auditor cannot manipulate it at all. Auditor cannot manipulate it. Yes, auditor cannot change it. The second is detection risk. Now, this is the only risk which is in the control of auditor. So what is this risk? The risk that auditor may be unable to detect misstatements in financial statements. This is the risk which is only because of auditor. Means that auditor may not be able to plan and perform work properly. Possibility is there. So auditor must have to, so this is the only risk which auditor can reduce, which can manipulate. This can be manipulated by auditor. This is the only risk. Another example, if client is in dispersed location, multiple locations, auditor may not audit the whole. Or they say, auditor may not visit all the places if it is in dispersed locations. For example, client is in multiple locations. Yes. Second is, yes, limited time for audit work. Client is not giving, we have to perform audit work, but time is short. So detection risk is there. We may not be able to plan and perform work properly. Possibility is there. Possibility is there. Now, next, let us proceed further. Let us proceed further. So, students, audit response. So what does auditor do? Auditor assess the risk of audit risk at the planning stage. Auditor assess the audit risk and then respond that. And how auditor can respond? We know that by reducing detection risk. And how detection risk can be reduced? One is overall response, the other is specific or assertion level response. Overall response or financial statements level response is that auditor emphasizes professional skepticism. Emphasizes that during audit. Means questioning mind, being alert. Auditor may assign more experienced staff, more supervision in the audit. Be ready for unpredictable circumstances. This is overall response. Financial statement response, level response. Then specific. Now, remember one thing over here. So audit response is about deciding direction of work. Remember that we have to perform test of controls or and substantive. Yes, specific for a certain issue. We have to perform one of these or both. Remember, audit response is not audit procedure, not detailed, but we give indication that you can a bit small explanation, direction and a bit of explanation, not detailed procedures. You see here, I have written these things here. How to solve scenario. In my opinion, we should do it tomorrow. You might be tired after this time because it is very important from the exam point of view. Very important from exam point of view. So, uh, audit risk and response. Anyways, I will be discussing it in few minutes. How to solve? Remember, question is like that. Explain audit risk and response. And normally it is for 16 marks in every paper. Audit risk and audit response. Excuse me. So audit risk 8 marks and 8 marks for response, for each response. So how marks are distributed? Identify audit risk 0.5 mark. Explain 5.5 marks. And audit response 1 mark each. So this is how, so now the problem is that you can identify risk. Student can identify. This 0.5 mark is easy to score, but this is not that easy. When you have to explain audit risk, we told a few minutes ago, audit risk is related to risk of material misstatement in financial statement and detection risk. Two things we told. Remember, if you are calling something as audit risk, in scenario majority cases, around 90% will be the such audit risks. Only maybe 10% this. 10% this. So 90% will be the misstatements, likely misstatements in financial statements. 90%, I'm saying, in the exam scenario. So to explain audit risk, candidates need to state the area of financial statement impacted. Means that you have to relate your answer that which assertion is going to be affected. Number one. Or second, or something is going to be understated or overstated or misstated. You have to tell. I am repeating, either link with the assertions which is going to be affected. Second, or any specific assets may be understated. Inventory may be overstated. For example, sales may be overstated. Liabilities may be understated. Like that. Or third, in any way you can link it. There is inherent risk, control risk, or detection risk. If you do not link it in any of these ways, no mark. This one, you will lose it. Link it properly. And remember, we said three things. Misstated only when you write, only you have to write when it is not clear whether it will be understated or overstated. Where in the scenario you can say clearly in the scenario that it is going to be overstated, there you cannot generalize it. You cannot write misstated. If you write misstated, you will not get mark. Now, just 2 minutes, please. Now, so students, I am repeating my words. Where in the question you can say, further I will tell you when we will be solving the question. For example, come here. Yes, I have a good example here. In the scenario you find, that company has ordered 720,000 of plant and machinery, 2/3 of which may not have been received. This is from scenario. This is identify this, 0.5 mark you got. Explanation. The risk is that machinery may not have been received but may have been included in non-current assets. Property, plant and equipment will be overstated straight away. But if you write here it is misstated, you will not get any mark. You will not get any mark. Here, in this case, company undertake continuous production and work in progress balance is likely to be material. Now, work in progress valuation is issue and continuous production. As production will not cease, the risk is that exact cutoff may not be established by the company. And inventory valuation may be, we cannot say over or under. Here we cannot say. It may be misstated or both. Here it is right. It is correct to write in this way. Because we cannot say. Here we can say overstated. Here we cannot generalize it. You are getting my point? Tell me. You are getting my point? Tell me, please. Now, next, another example. Management has introduced a new payroll. So you see linking with the financial statement. The risk is that staff may not be trained enough to use the new systems and misstatements resulting in misstatements. Yes, resulting in causing errors and misstatements. We cannot say under or over here. So we can write here like that. Now, so students, you see here, I said that explanation means you must have to link with one of these three ways. One of these three ways, you must have to link. Now, I hope it is clear to you people. I hope it is clear. So, students, response. Audit response is not a detailed procedure, rather it is approach, test of control or substantive. Will take to address the identifiers. Response must remember. This is one thing. Second, it must address the audit risk and must be specific. Risk specific. You know, I will explain. You have identified risk here. The risk is that cutoff. This is the risk. Valuation. Now, response should address this. How will you verify cutoff? How will you verify valuation? This issue. How will approach? The issue is that machinery may not have received. It may be overstated. This is risk. So discuss with the management to whether have been arrived. If so, physically verify to ensure existence. So response should address the risk. It is substantive test, you see. Yes, it is substantive test. You can see that. Now, next. This point, the risk is that staff may not be trained enough. Now, this is about staff training. Issue is that. And misstatement made. So issue is staff training. One. Second is misstatements. So this is test of control. You see, discuss with the management about any training provided and assess the adequacy of that training. This is substantive test on the payroll generated after implementation of new system. So this is the substantive. So approach substantive tests. Approach. We are not writing detailed substantive. This is perform that. Simple. I said response should be direction. Direction. Here we said that check the, you see here we check that perform test of control of the systems. Trainings. Perform substantive test on the payroll. Examiner says that, sorry, examiner says one more thing very important. A response should not be vague. Increase substantive tests. Means where, in which area? You must have to tell. Just like that, I told here, perform substantive test on the payroll after implementation of new system. If you say perform, if you write only this, no mark. Because it is not specific. You got my point, students? You got my point. Is that clear? So response should be, it should not be procedure. It should be something, yes, specific as well. Now, so students, similarly, come here. Management, the receivable days have been increased from 35 days to 47 days this year. The risk is that receivables are struggling to pay and taking more time to pay. So provision for doubtful debts may not have been recorded at correct amount, and assets and profits may be overstated. Means these may be understated and these may be overstated. So substantive tests, review age receivable analysis and assess whether appropriate amount provision. Your risk is that provision. This is the risk. This is the risk. So response is for the risk. Now, so students, I hope you got this point. And you see here, the good thing is, this is what I discussed in my normal class as well, this point. Risk is same, but explanation is different by two different students. Explanation is different. One student wrote this explanation. The risk is that staff may not be trained enough. This is correct. And then response will be for this risk. The other student wrote a different risk. The risk is that during shifting data from old system to new system, errors may have been committed, causing misstatement in payroll record. You see, both are valid. This is also valid. This is also valid. Both are valid risks and explanation. But now response will be as for inquire from the management. The process is used to shift data from old system to new system and assess whether process was good enough to prevent misstatements. So response is for risk. I have told you. These points should be, response must be for specific to the risk. Whatever you calling at risk, response should address that. And the third, yes. Now students, I think that is for today. That's it, enough, because we cannot start new questions on the, so tomorrow we will be starting. I will be giving once again overview of this, how to solve scenario. And tomorrow we will be solving these questions on audit risk till lunch break. Inshallah, I have planned till lunch break we will be doing this. And then after that, I will be discussing with you audit report and review and its practice question. Around 2 hours we will spend on this. And the last 2 hours, then we will spend on ethics. All right? All right, students? And if needed, tell me one thing. Can I arrange an additional session for 2 hours only? 2-hour session for MTQs, because I think I will not be able to do that tomorrow. We will not have time. Additional session for 2 hours after 1 week. But that will be in the evening, let me tell you. That will be in the evening, someday. Okay? In the evening, yes. During weekdays. So I will communicate that via email. Okay? I will arrange that. I must have to arrange. And most probably, I would suggest to you to prepare it well. Most probably, it will be around 23rd, 24th or 25th of November for MTQs. Additional session. Okay, that 25th November, most probably. It is tentative. I will finalize it and I will send you an email about it. Okay? Now, so that's it for today. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.